Hare Krishna Mataji or Prabhuji. Okay, Hare Krishna. I'm going to start with the Mangalacharan. So, Hare Krishna, everybody. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to do service to Srimad Bhagavatam and also to all of you. So, thank you. That's all right, Mataji. Thank you. No worries at all. So, I'll do the Mangalacharan and then I'll read the verse. No worries at all. Om Jnana-timirandhasya Jnana-Jana-Shalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tashmai Shri Gurve Namaha Shri Chaitanya Manubhishtam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamayam Dadati Swapadantikam Vandeham Shri Guru Shri Yuta Padakamalam Shri Gurun Vaishnavamscha Shri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Raghunathan Vitam Tam Sajivam Satvaitam Savadutam Parijanastaitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padana Sagana Lalita Shri Vishakhavitamscha Hey Krishna Karuna Sindhu Dina Bandhu Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namastute Tapta Kanchana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Rishabhanu Sute Devi Pranamami Haripriye Vanchakalpatarubhyascha Kripa Sindhu Vacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namah Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Sivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna. Thank you very much for again giving me the opportunity to do the service today. So we are reading Srimad Bhagavatam, Canto 2, Chapter 10 and verse 36 today. So I will read the verse and the purport. So once again, thank you for giving me the opportunity to do the service. And I start my service with paying my humble obeisances to my Guru. Without his mercy, I wouldn't have been able to do the service. To all the Jagat Gurus and to all the Gurus who has helped me in doing this service. And I thank you to all of you for giving me this opportunity. If I'm going wrong anywhere, please do correct me. So let me just read the verse. Srimad Bhagavatam 2.10.36. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Savachya Vachakataya Bhagavan Brahma Rupa Drik Nama Rupa Kriyatate Sakarma Karma Kaha Paraha. Translation by Srila Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. He, the personality of Godhead, manifests himself in a transcendental form, being the subject of his transcendental name, quality, pastimes, entourage, and transcendental variegatedness. Although he is unaffected by all such activities, he appears to be so engaged. Purport. Whenever there is a need of material creation, the transcendental personality of Godhead accepts form in the material world for creation, maintenance, and destruction. One should be intelligent enough to know his activities in truth and not be biased to conclude that he descends to the material world by accepting a form created by material nature. Any form accepted from the material nature has its affection for everything done in the material world. A conditioned soul who accepts a material form for undergoing a certain term of material activities is subjected to the laws of matter. But here in this verse, it is very clearly stated that although the forms and activities of the Lord appear to be the same as those of a conditioned soul, they are supernatural and impossible for the conditioned soul. He, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, is always unaffected by such activities. In the Bhagavad Gita 4.14, the Lord says, Namam karmani limpanti name karma phale spriha iti mam yopijanati karma bhirna sabhatyate. The Lord is never affected by the activities which he apparently performs in his different incarnations and personalities, nor does he have any desire to achieve success by fruitive activities. The Lord is fooled by his different potencies of wealth, strength, fame, beauty, knowledge, and renunciation, and thus he has no reason for physical exertion like the conditioned soul. Therefore, an intelligent person who can distinguish between the transcendental activities of the Lord and the activities of the conditioned souls is also not bound by the reactions of activities. The Lord, as Vishnu, Brahma, and Shiva, conducts the three modes of material nature. From Vishnu is born Brahma, and from Brahma is born Shiva. Sometimes Brahma is a separated part of Vishnu, and sometimes Brahma is Vishnu himself. Thus, Brahma creates the different species of life all over the universe, which means that the Lord creates the whole manifestation either by himself or through the agency of his authorized deputies. Hare Krishna. So again, a lovely verse and a very beautiful verse with quite a few points to touch upon. So when I was going through this verse, there were 5 main points which I thought this verse touches upon. First, of the verse and the purport touches upon. Touch upon rather. So I found the 5 points to be the first one to be whether the Lord has a form or no form, and what kind of form does he have. The secondly, the activities done by the various forms of the Lord, they are extraordinary. Thirdly, the material forms are all temporary. All material forms are temporary. Number 4, the Lord is not really attached to his Nam, Rupa, Guna, Leela. And lastly, the Lord is always engaged in activities when he comes over here in his incarnations. However, the Lord is always unaffected by such activities that he does. So let's start with the first point. So it says, now the verse raises a very, very important point over here, whether the absolute personality of truth, he has a form or not. So we see even before we know about the Lord, we don't know anything, we just know there is a God. Even before that, we try to think what can the Lord be. Some people think of him as formless, some people think of him as having a form. However, the Lord, he appears in whichever way he appears in his incarnations. He takes up a form when he appears. Now, what we have to understand is that this form that the Lord comes in, that is his transcendental form. So as the purport says that, whenever there is a need of material creation, the transcendental personality of Godhead, he accepts a form in this material world. So he accepts, he comes into this material world, and there is we see a form for creation, maintenance, destruction, and its examples given of, Vishnu, Lord Brahma, Lord Vishnu, and Lord Shiva. Sometimes, if and we've heard this before, because Lord Brahma, that's Jiva Tattva, whereas Lord Vishnu and Shiva Tattva is different, and Lord Vishnu is Vishnu Tattva, Ishva Tattva, but we know that Brahma is Jiva Tattva. However, if there is no qualified Jiva, then Vishnu takes up the position of Brahma, because he does not give the responsibility of secondary creation to somebody who is not qualified. So we may not know whether the Lord has a spiritual, subtle, or gross form. Only when we see the form of the Lord, we can understand that he has a particular form, and we see the various forms of the Lord. And then the Lord, there's a reason as to why the Lord manifests in this world in a transcendental form. And the reason is again given in the purport that, this is a form which has, or any form that he has that we know of, any of his transcendental forms that we know of, that form has a name, a quality, because they perform a pastime, and they come with their associates, the entourage that the purport mentions, and, or rather the translation mentions, performs pastimes, and it comes with a variety of transcendental variegatedness, as it says over here. So he needs to have a form. He cannot be formless, because to be able to, have a name, you need to have a form. But even if you're formless, say for water, it's formless, it has a name, water. However, when we come to the activities of the Lord, the leelas, the pastimes that we do, we cannot have, just matter performing activities. We can't have, earth, air, water, fire performing activities by themselves, unless they are used, or they are meant to do, or they perform the activities under some guidance, under some instructions. And the Lord, we see that, he performs so many pastimes. Had he not have had a form, he wouldn't have been able to do all of these pastimes, all of these activities. So that's the very first line that it says that we have to decide right at the beginning whether the Lord has a form or not. And if he does have a form, how do we know that it's a transcendental form? So we know, yes, the Lord has a form, and then we are said that yes, it's not just his name or the qualities, but he actually does lots of pastimes as well. He comes with a lot of people, his associates. He engages with them in the various rasas, in the various, mellows of love, or hatred, if or as enemies, depending on the pastime, whether he's fighting a Ravan, or whether he is in the pastimes with the gopis, or with Arjuna, Sudama, or with Nanda Baba or Yashoda Mother. So there's a whole lot of paraphernalia, associates, relationships that are associated with the Lord. And because of that, we understand that the Lord definitely has a form, and not just a form, he's very, very, very personal. So when we read the first line of the verse, and as you see the translation, the Lord manifests himself in a transcendental form. So it establishes right at the beginning that, when the Lord is here, he manifests in a form. And this is the basis on which we have to do the further understanding of the verse or anything we understand in Krishna consciousness. We cannot understand, or we cannot try to understand anything unless we get this very, very basic understanding that the Lord has a transcendental form. So, one should be intelligent enough to know that his activities, in truth, they are, they are to conclude that he comes to or descends to this material world by accepting, by taking up a material form. However, we also have to remember that some of his forms are temporary and some of his forms are eternal. So if it's like a Hamsa avatar, it may be a temporary, or Mohini, when the Lord takes up the form of Mohini as an avatar, those are temporary forms. However, you have the eternal forms of the Lord, like Lord Rama, Lord Narasimhadev, where they are eternal forms, and they are also there in the spiritual world. But in each, whether he comes in a temporary form, whether he comes in a permanent, in one of his eternal forms, Chaitanya Charitamrita says that, the Lord comes in 6 different forms. So we won't go into details in that, but the first 2 are these temporary forms and these eternal forms. He comes sometimes as a boy, sometimes as a child. He comes in his Shakti avatars, and the various incarnations, the various avatars that he comes in. So that is the very, very first thing we have to understand to even get into, anything around Krishna consciousness. Now, why are we being reminded of the Lord's transcendental form in this verse again? This is something which has been told to us, for a long time. It's not something new that we are learning. But why is it that we are being reminded of this fact again in this verse? And the reason is that we have just read about the Virat Roop of the Lord in the previous verses. And we have been told that the Virat Roop of the Lord, that is a material form, and that is a temporary form. And that Virat Roop is very much different to the Vishwaroop that Arjuna sees in the battlefield. That in the 11th chapter, Krishna shows Arjuna his Vishwaroop. That is very much different to the Virat Roop, which is which is temporary, which helps people who needs to visualize and understand the material creation. So for people to really understand the material creation, they associate part of the body of the Virat Roop to a part of the creation. So that is only to help the conditioned souls, and that's temporary and that's material. However, the Vishwaroop that Arjuna sees in the battlefield of Kurukshetra, that's the Lord's transcendental form. That's actually, I was listening to a class by Prabhuji, and he was mentioning the Lord shows Arjuna his Mahavishnu forms. And how do we know that? Because in that Vishwaroop, the Lord shows Arjuna the creation, the maintenance, the destructions, everything. He shows various universes, in various parts of the Lord's body, and, gigantic body with, thousands of heads, thousands of arms. So that is the Vishwaroop form, which is in charge of creation, maintenance, and destruction. And where does it all start from? It starts from Mahavishnu. Krishna for, he in his form as Mahavishnu, in his expansion as Mahavishnu, he comes as the Purusha avatars for the reason of creating, maintaining, and destroying, and for a reason for this material world. So all of that starts from Mahavishnu. So what Arjuna sees is the Mahavishnu form of the Lord, the gigantic form, the Vishwarup form, which is very, very true. It's the transcendental form. But what we have been reading in the past few verses is the Virat Rup, which is a temporary form. So it is only right that as we go into a slightly different thing, we are still in Ashra Tattva. We are going into a slightly different topic. We are reminded once again of what we just read, that, start with the fact that the Lord has a form, but that form is the transcendental form of the Lord. And so that is how we start the verse with. So what's the next point that this verse touches upon? It touches upon the fact that the activities done by the various forms of the Lord when he comes, in his various expansions or incarnations. Well, in the spiritual world, it's expansions. When he comes down to this material world, that's incarnations, that's avatars. He comes down to the material world, and in the spiritual world, he expands. So when he comes in his various incarnations, the activities that the Lord does, they are extraordinary, as is told by us in the verse and the purport. So that means, although the Lord, when he comes, he seems to be working as, any other conditioned souls. However, all that he does is extraordinary. So any form accepted, from the material nature, like the jivas, we are soulless Satchit Ananda. However, the souls take up a material body, and it is formed through this material nature using the material elements, the gross and the subtle elements. And any form which is accepted from material nature has its affection for everything done in the material world. It is material. So a conditioned soul who accepts a material form undergoes certain terms of the material activities, and they are subjected to the laws of matter. But here in this verse, it is clearly stated that although the forms and activities of the Lord, they appear to be the same as the conditioned soul. The Lord, he loves eating, he sleeps. We hear of beautiful pastimes of Krishna. He even steals butter. He does all kinds of things. And so although, he behaves similarly, he fights with the gopas, he has the leelas with the gopis, and with his parents. So he does exactly what a child does, or what a growing up boy does. But although his activities seem to be the same as those of the conditioned soul, they are supernatural, and they're impossible to be done by a conditioned soul. And so Prabhupada elaborately explains in the purport that there is a distinct difference between the conditioned soul and the conditioned soul's, the material form of a conditioned soul, and the form of the Supreme Lord. The Supreme Lord does not accept a material body like the jivas. Everyone else, including Lord Brahma, has to accept a material body. But we see the Lord, although he has the form like any other conditioned soul, his activities are extraordinary, and it's impossible to be performed by anybody else. His activities cannot be duplicated. And so we see, we see the Lord holding the Govardhan Hill for 7 days and 7 nights. We see during the Rasa Leela, the Lord, multiplying himself by thousands to dance with each gopi one to one. We see during, during another pastime where the Lord expands himself to all the gopas and even the calves when Lord Brahma kidnaps the gopas and the calves. So Lord Krishna, he makes himself as all the different gopas and all the different calves, so that even the mother cows could not, find any difference between their own calves and the calves that Krishna himself expanded into. So we can't imagine the conditioned souls doing that. So we know that some of the features, when we see in some of the incarnations, then some of their physical features also are slightly different. We know that they have longer hands, slightly longer hand. We are told in the Shastras that Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he had, long hands, slightly long hands. And so apart from extraordinary activities, we see sometimes, that those features are slightly different. I mean, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he made even the animals dance to the Hare Krishna. I mean, they were all following him as he went through the forest of Jharkhand, and they were all dancing with him. Now, who can do this? The conditioned soul wouldn't even want to go into a forest to doing that. So Krishna, he has a form, and he does activities, but his activities are different. It's not like the activities of the conditioned souls in this world. And so he is distinctly different. And that is what the verse is reminding us again. So in this verse, so we are being reminded of things which we already know, but we are being reminded of this again, because we've just completed studying about the Virat Roop. So we are being reminded that do not equate the transcendental form of the Lord with the temporary form of the Lord. The Lord is the same. Everything comes from him. He creates everything. And if he creates even a temporary form, that is also for a reason that he creates that temporary form to make us understand him better. And so we are being reminded over here again of the same thing. So what is the next thing that we talk about? So we know that we've just mentioned that all the positions in this material world, they are all temporary. Everything is temporary. Everything has a start date and also has an end date, whether it's an object or whether it's the material body. We have the partial annihilation of the universe, and we have the total annihilation of the universe. And that happens, we have the whole day of Lord Brahma. So Lord Brahma has his whole tenure, and then we have the whole day of Lord Brahma. And after the whole day of Lord Brahma, there is the night of Lord Brahma. So Lord Brahma, can anyone say how long what is the full tenure of Lord Brahma? How long does he, how long is he in post? Try.
One billion 43,000, something like that.
Yes, so Lord Brahma, you're right, Mataji. So it's the number of years which we cannot calculate. So in the celestial years, which is one celestial year is thousands of years of one human year. So Lord Brahma lives for 100 of those celestial years. So which comes to about, I think, 311 trillion years, and then some billion. So it's, unthinkable. We can't even, calculate those, that number. But it's Lord Brahma, that's 100 celestial years, and each celestial year is lots and lots of human years. So each day of Lord Brahma has a day and then a night. And after the day of Lord Brahma, for an equal period of time, there's the night of Lord Brahma. So when the night comes, when the day of Lord Brahma is over, then we have the partial annihilation during the night of Lord Brahma. And then the following day starts again. So and then like this, Lord Brahma goes up to the 100 celestial years. So during the partial annihilation, Lord Brahma, so that the top four planetary systems, they are not affected much. And the great sages where they live in the topmost planets, they can go up to Satyalok, to Lord Brahma's abode. However, everything else is annihilated. So in the material universe, even during the most of the material universe, even during partial annihilation, they are, or pralaya, partial pralaya, they are annihilated. And then when there's total pralaya or total annihilation, they are destroyed, and then new creation started again. So all positions in this material world, they are all very, very temporary and have limited duration. Okay, and Krishna says that so many times in the Bhagavad Gita, that this material world is temporary. So we are again reminded of that over here. And even, when we talked about just a while ago, how Krishna does extraordinary things as opposed to the jivas, the conditioned souls, not just the temporary factor. If we think of the activities that Krishna does, and because we've just talked about destruction, that material body, when the soul leaves a material body, that material body is of no use. So during this partial destruction, even everything comes to an end. However, we see why we say that Krishna's activities are extraordinary. We see there are so many pastimes, but let's say, for example, the Kaliyadaman pastime. We see Krishna's friends, the Gopas. They drank the water of Yamuna, and because it was poisonous, they immediately they fell dead. And Krishna came and he revives them. He brings them back to life. Now, can a conditioned soul do that? Bring somebody else back to life? No, we can't. There's one person though who has slightly similar ability. Does anyone know? Someone who can bring people back to life in the material world? So it's, yes, Pramila Mataji.
I'm not sure, but was it Shukracharya?
Very good. Yes, excellent, Mataji. Yeah, it is Shukracharya. He's the guru of the Rakshasas. So Shukra, we've heard about the pastime of Vamandev, how he actually advised wrongly to Bali Maharaj. But Shukracharya was a great devotee of Lord Shiva, and he was given the Sanjeevani Vidya, Sanjeevani, to bring people back to life, and he was given that the mantra to be able to bring people back to life, but with condition that when he is, he can only bring someone back to life, which Shukracharya did apply on many asuras. When they were killed, he brought them back to life. But he could only bring them back to life on two conditions. First, their material body had to remain exactly the same, and there shouldn't be any kind of decay in the material body. So it had to remain the same. And secondly, the body, or there was a material end to that body, because it was ahead, it was untimely. So each jiva is given a duration of time to live in a particular body. Ants have some a lifetime. Human beings have a different lifetime in average. So each individual jiva is given a particular time to live in this material world. Only Krishna can change it. Okay, and nobody else can. However, if a jiva is untimely, has to sometime, leave this material world, then Shukracharya with the Sanjeevani Vidya could bring that jiva back. And he did bring some asuras back to life. But the difference is that he did have, Krishna brought his the gopas back to life. Krishna doesn't need conditions. He can bring people back to life. He can increase, he can do someone's life duration. He can do anything. He doesn't need to work under conditions. But the jivas, even if they are great devotees, or even if they are given a boon or mantra, there will be some limitations, as we see in Krishna Shukracharya. So we see what we are being reminded of over here, and so far in the verse, we are told, first of all, Krishna has a form. Okay, he's not like the impersonalists think that he's formless. No, he's very, very personal. He has a form. Yes, he has that impersonal, the Brahma Jyoti, but that is an incomplete understanding of Krishna, not the full understanding of Krishna. So he has the form. Secondly, he has, all the, whatever the activities he does during the Leelas, they are extraordinary activities. And thirdly, that all things, all positions in this material world, they are temporary. However, when Krishna comes, he does not take up a temporary thing. His forms are either eternal, or even if it's temporary, they are as transcendental as he himself. So the Mohini avatar is as transcendental. It is not a material form. It's not a material body. So that is what we have been reminded of so far in this verse. Now, what is the next thing that the verse reminds us? Now, the purport tells us how the Lord has, comes in his variegatedness. He has his name, Nama, Rupa, Guna, Lila. His name, his form, his beautiful forms, his qualities, the guna, and the pastimes, the leelas, and we meditate on all of that when we remember the Lord. So we are told that that Krishna has all of this, and whichever incarnation he comes by, he doesn't seem to be very proud of these things. He doesn't really. I mean, if a conditioned soul, if we get a little bit, and I can, most of us, if we get a little bit of praise, we start feeling proud. If you get a little bit of, you pat on the back, oh, you've done well, we start getting proud. And yet, Krishna does an innumerable number of extraordinary activities. There are millions of people chanting his name all the time. I mean, and we see how important his Nama is. We see how Hanuman tells Lord Rama that, you know, the reason Lord Rama's the stones that Lord Rama was throwing in the ocean, the reason they were sinking, and the reason why the stones being thrown by Hanuman and the other monkeys were not sinking was because the stones had Ram's name on them, and the stone that Ram threw, that did not have his name. So he's told that, you know, the reason they are floating is because of how important, how precious the name of Krishna is, the Lord's name is. So the Lord should be proud, and hence and yet we see the Lord is never ever proud. He is never proud of what he has. So, and this is one of the great differences that, you know, we conditioned souls have to learn, have to understand, that, you know, what Krishna consciousness teaches us is humility. This is unless and until we are humble, we really, really cannot progress in our devotion. So this is something which we are being reminded again. And, you know, we see that Mahaprabhu, when he came, when he incarnated, Krishna incarnated, Mahaprabhu taught the same thing, humility. As he says in Shri Shikshashtakam, be as humble as a grass, as a tree. Does anyone remember that verse? Verse 3. Sorry, I'm just asking a question. Uh, um, does anyone remember where he says that, you know, you have to be more humble than a tree and or a grass? Trinadapi sunichena tararapi shahisnuna amanina manadena kirtaniya sadaharivan. So one should be think of oneself lower than the straw in the street or grass, and be more tolerant than a tree, and be devoid of all kinds of false prestige. So Krishna reminds us again, and we are reminded of that Krishna has so many things, he can do so many things, and yet he is not proud. And that is why the purport mentions the four things. So many, he comes with so many things. However, and the Lord keeps himself busy. But why is it that, you know, he's not proud, he's not attached to what people are thinking of him, you know, how people are always chanting his name. So why is it that the Lord still warns us to listen to his names, or wants us to do his seva? And that is because he's so merciful. Now, Krishna himself doesn't need to glorify himself, but we need to do that, because by glorifying Krishna, we get purified. By chanting his names, we get purified. By doing service to Krishna or Radharani, we get purified. By doing service to Krishna's devotees, we get purified. And we accept all of that as prasad. So this is something, again, we are reminded of over here, that the Lord has no attachments. He's not proud, but he's doing this. He still wants us to do chant his name, or you know, do puja, or do show his devotion or seva. Why? So that we can get purified and we can go back to Godhead, because that's the main purpose of the Lord. He loves us so much that he cannot see us suffering in this material world. And so he wants us, he gives us every opportunity to use him in any way, just so that we can go back to him, back to Godhead. Which brings us to the last point of this purport, where it said that the Supreme Personality of Lord, he does so many activities. However, he is unaffected by such activities. Okay, and you know, we are also given a verse from the Bhagavad Gita 4.14, which we will come to shortly. So we are told that the Lord is never affected by the activities which he apparently performs by his different incarnations and personalities. And not just that, the second point being made is that the Lord does not even have the desire to achieve success by any kind of results that comes from these activities. So he kills a demon. He doesn't want the, lots of praises or lots of prizes for those. No, he just does those activities. He has no desire to achieve some kind of result or success. He's never affected by any of these things. He has his wealth, his strength, his fame, his beauty, knowledge, and renunciation, all of this in full. And he has no reason to actually do all these activities, and yet he does them. And yet he does them. Why? Just so that we can gain from him. And it's explained in the verse that why is it that the Lord, why is it being said that the Lord is never affected by the activities that he does? Why is he never influenced by that? Because we are told that the Lord is an Atmarama. He is Atmarama. He's self-satisfied. He's happy in himself. Atma, soul, himself. Rama, someone who gives pleasure. He gets pleasure from himself. The Lord is full of everything. Everything comes from him. Why would he want something external to give him happiness? He is happy in himself. And not just he, the same also applies to his devotees, the true devotees. His true devotees are Atmarama as well. And in Srimad Bhagavatam, in Canto 1, chapter 7, verse 10, Sutta Goswami, he talks about Atmarama's Chamunayo, the famous verse on Atmarama, where Sutta Goswami says that there are different kinds of varieties of Atmaramas who takes pleasure in the spirit self, but the most pleasure is gained out of those who are in the path of self-realization or in the path of bhakti. Because although they find happiness in themselves, their desire to serve the Lord never stops. They find even more happiness by wanting to serve the Lord. That means the Lord possesses qualities, transcendental qualities, which makes him happy within himself, in himself, but also makes others happy when they are attracted to him, including the liberated souls. The liberated souls, they are happy. They are Atmaramas too. They don't need anything material to make themselves happy, like conditioned souls do. And yet, they get happiness by serving the Lord, by performing bhakti. And Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, when he was explaining this verse of Srimad Bhagavatam to Sanatan Goswami, he explained this verse in 61 different ways. How can you explain what is the meaning of Atmarama? And so we see that the actions, the Lord doesn't have to do any work. As our verse says over here, the Lord is not affected by any kind of activity. Why? Because the Lord really doesn't have to do any work. And so he's saying, even in Bhagavad Gita 4.14, as is quoted over here, that, actions do not taint me. Krishna says that, actions don't taint me, actions don't attract me, nor do I have any desire to do any actions or getting the fruits of those actions, as is said in the verse quoted here, Bhagavad Gita 4.14. So Krishna is not attracted by this, but what does the verse say? What does Krishna says next? Krishna tells Arjun, but Arjun, someone who understands this, himself is not bound by actions. Or in other words, someone who understands this nature of me is free from all karmic reactions. That person does not accrue any more karmic reaction because he understands this quality of mine, that I do actions but I am not contained by these actions. And why is that so? Krishna, what is the original nature of Krishna? Krishna loves to enjoy. Krishna is there in Golok Vrindavan as the cowherd boy. He's there. And he loves to enjoy there. And he makes all the actions happen through his expansion. He first expands as Balaram, then the 4 expansions, then from again Sankarshana, then there's further 4 expansions, then we have the Narayana, then we see the Vishnu form. So there's Krishna. He expands and then he comes as incarnations. So he makes all the actions are done by his expansion. So he himself is the enjoyer. So he really doesn't have to do any actions. He's there, but he makes his expansions and incarnations. They do actions only so that he can bring back the jivas back to the spiritual world, so that he can attract the jivas, the conditioned souls, with his Nam, Rupa, Guna, and Leelas. And Prabhupada once says that, even in this material world, we sometimes see people who don't want to do any work, are by default, we want to relax. We just want to relax, and we go to work because we need the salary, we need money to live in this material world. But by default, we all want to relax and just want to enjoy. And where do we get that from? So Prabhupada explains that we actually get that from Krishna, because we are part and parcel of Krishna. Just like, we all have minute qualities of what Krishna has from him. So we want to enjoy as well. We want to just, be not do any work as well. So even though, and that tells us how we are connected to Krishna, and we must never forget that. So everything we are being told over here, it reminds us of who the Lord is and what is our connection with the Lord. And can you see over here how we are being told that we are still under complete shelter? We are still in our Shvetattva. That's the greatest thing. The Lord is telling us in every second that, he does everything in this material world, even the activities that he does for us, so that he can give us shelter. He gave shelter to those, to the Vrajavasis when Indra was causing havoc with the rains during the Govardhan Leela. So he's always there to give us shelters. And so this verse, the last, I'm rushing, there's only a few minutes left. There's a few things to cover. So Krishna also says the same thing in Bhagavad Gita in 4.18. I mean, from 4.16 to 4.18, Krishna talks about doing action in inaction, and being an inaction in action. If you remember when we were studying Bhagavad Gita, Krishna tells Arjuna that, Arjuna, you don't want to work, but I want you to work and yet not get any karmic reactions. So how is that possible? So one can do action, but if it's dovetailed towards Krishna consciousness, then even doing an action, it becomes inaction. It becomes no action. Why? Because it is dedicated to Krishna. And any action, any other action done, if it's not dedicated to Krishna, any of this action has karmic reactions, whether good or bad. But if an action is done for Krishna, to make him happy, or keeping Krishna at the center, then that becomes as good as inaction or no action. And that is what Krishna is telling Arjuna. Fight, but fight for me. Fight because you have to fight. You are going to do your duty. And fight for me, and because that is going to make me happy, because you're fighting it's the Dharma Kshetra, and you're fighting the battle of Dharma against Adharma. So all the actions that Arjuna would be doing would be completely no action or inaction. However, Krishna tells Arjuna that if you want to do as you want, and you want to go and leave the battlefield and, beg or go and do meditation, your mind is still be doing action. because your mind will still be thinking about the battlefield. So even if you meditate and sit in one place and you do nothing, you would still be accruing karmic reaction. You will still be doing action. And this is something we have to remember. So when this verse tells us that Krishna does lots of action, but he's completely detached from these actions. This is what we have to remember when we are doing our actions. We have to do our actions in such a way that we dedicate it to Krishna. And so we do not accrue any kind of karmic reactions for it. And it all becomes no action or inaction. And that is how that is going to take us towards self-realization. That is what is going to get rid of all our karmic balance and help us go towards the ultimate goal of being able to go beyond this material world. And so Krishna reminds that, to Arjuna again in 9.6, that remember this, and this is directly related to what we see, especially in the last sentence, or the last word of this verse, that sa karma ka para, Krishna says in this verse, and he says something very similar to Arjuna in Bhagavad Gita as well. And he reminds Arjuna in 9.6 again, and he says that, remember, just like the sky, we are all under the sky. Everything is under the sky. However, nothing can touch the sky. Nothing can touch the sky, really. So everything is under the sky. Or even if we take our hand and if we see a pen and we see that, we are holding the pen here and the hand is above the pen. So if we think of the hand as covering as the sky, the pen, it's there. The pen is writing. Even if I write with the pen, it's doing an activity, but it's not touching the sky. So similarly, everything, Krishna is saying, everything is under the sky, but nothing really touches the sky. All the activities are done under the sky. It doesn't affect the sky. Similarly, Arjuna, I can do any activity in this material world, but I am not affected. Nothing touches me. And we are reminded of that once again over here in this verse, that Krishna is not affected by any kind of activities, although he does all these activities. And why does he do that? Just so that we are attracted to him, we do activities towards him, and we are purified in the process, and we can go back to Godhead. And the last thing Prabhupada reminds us in this purport is that, remember this, and intelligent people who can distinguish between the transcendental activities of the Lord and the activities that the conditioned souls do. Important, people who really understand this distinction and act accordingly, they are the ones who can really transcend the karmic reactions. They are the ones who will not be bound by any reactions of any activities, because then they will start dovetailing all their actions towards Krishna. They would understand who Krishna is right from the start. We go back to point 1. They understand the forms of Krishna. They understand the transcendental forms of Krishna. They understand that the activities done by Krishna are extraordinary. They understand that Krishna is not attached to any name or fame or anything. He's not proud, or he's not influenced by his activities or his name or fame. And what does that teach us? And lastly, they understand that all the activities that Krishna does over here, he's not affected by them. He's not at all affected by them. And we are being told by to do the same thing, to do our activities. But as Krishna reminds in the Bhagavad Gita as well, that karma nevadhikaraste ma phaleshi kadachana. Do your actions, do your activities, do the work, because the work of the soul is to be always active. But do your work, But what Krishna teaches us and what we are being taught over here again and reminded over here again in this verse is that do not get attached to the actions, to the results of your actions. Don't get attached to this, and that is how the purport ends as well, that it is only the intelligent people who can really understand this, and as soon as one understands this, they are on their path of going back to Godhead. So that is what today's verse is all about. It was still very much Ashra Tattva, but again reminding us of various attributes of Krishna and what we can learn from it being in this material world. So Hare Krishna. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to do the service. If there are any questions or corrections or reflections, please let me know. No, I know Mataji can't unmute. So Prabhuji, I don't know if you want to. Can you unmute? Or any Mataji? Oh, okay. Should we just say the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra?
Krishna.
Hare
I think Mataji did not well. I thank you very much for that class. It was deep. Thank you so much. How you started on emphasizing you really need to know how to have the relationship with Krishna to be personal. And that's a very key thing as we're beginning this journey. And also emphasizing on how Chaitanya Mahaprabhu really emphasized on humility. It's something like it's part of Krishna consciousness. It's really we need it, and I'm personally also working on it. And how also I ended up on encouraging us to put all our work in Krishna consciousness, everything we do. Thank you very much for that profound class. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Yeah, so I would like to request the accessible devotees to kindly unmute and do one Mahamantra in glorification of today's class and our today's mentor, Hare Panchali Kar Mataji. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama,
Hare Hare. Vanchakalpatarubhyascha kripa sindhubhaiva cha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavibhyo namo namaha.
Hare Krishna.
Grantaraj Srimad Bhagavatam ki jai.
Jai.
Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
Jai.
All glories to the assembled devotees. Hare Krishna. Thank you
Hare
again
Krishna.
for giving me this chance to do the service. Hare Krishna.
All glories to Panchali Mataji. Hare Krishna.
Jai. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Prabhujis and Matajis. Thank you. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.